The committee will please come to order. A quorum is present. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. Pursuant to Committee Rule 5B and House Rule 11, Clause 2, the chair may postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered. The committee will continue to use the electronic system for recorded votes on amendments and passage of the bills before the committee. Of course, should any technical issues arise, which I do not anticipate, we will immediately transition to traditional roll call votes. Any procedural or motion-related votes during today's markup will be dispensed with by a traditional roll call vote. Our first item for consideration is H.R. 8333, the Biosecure Act. The clerk will please designate the bill.
H.R. 8333, the Biosecure Act, a bill to prohibit contracting with certain biotechnology providers and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill shall be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Without objection, so ordered. The chair recognizes himself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will please designate the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute offered to H.R. 8333, offered by Mr. Comer of Kentucky.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the substitute will be considered as original text for the purposes of further amendment. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for a statement on the bill and the amendment. I'm happy to support H.R. 8333, the Biosecure Act. This bipartisan, bicameral bill prevents U.S. tax dollars from flowing to biotechnology companies that are owned, operated, or controlled by China or other foreign adversaries. Specifically, this bill names 5 genomic companies with direct ties to the Chinese Communist Party as biotechnology companies of concern. The bill then prohibits a federal agency from procuring any biotechnology equipment or service from such companies. The bill also prohibits federal loan or grant dollars from being used to procure, obtain, or use biotechnology equipment or services from such companies. The companies named in this legislation create significant risk to U.S. national security. BGI, one of the named entities, is a CCP biotechnology company and is the world's largest collector of genetic data. BGI, alongside its subsidiaries, which are also named in the bill, have been found to conduct research alongside the Chinese military. WuXi, through its 2 subsidiaries named in the bill, operate genetic testing centers established in coordination with the CCP, helps carry out research to promote the Chinese military, and has reportedly stolen U.S. firms' intellectual property. This bill addresses these national security risks without disrupting medical supply chains. Existing contracts are exempt from prohibitions in the bill until January 2032, and the bill includes a targeted waiver and exception process. The bill also exempts biotechnology equipment and services from the bill's prohibitions that were, but are no longer, produced or provided by a company of concern. This bill is a necessary step towards protecting America's sensitive healthcare data from the CCP before these companies become more embedded in the U.S. economy, university systems, and federal contracting base. I want to thank the Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party Chairman John Molinar and Ranking Member Raj Krishnamurthy, Senate Homeland Security Chairman Gary Peters, and the bill's new House sponsor, Representative Brad Winstrup, Chairman of the Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic, and their staffs, for the continued work on this important national security bill. I urge all my House Oversight colleagues to support this necessary legislation. I now recognize Ranking Member Raskin for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bipartisan legislation introduced by Representatives Wenstrup and Krishnamurthy is a response to concerns about certain biotech companies' relationships with the People's Republic of China and how these relationships might compromise Americans' sensitive health data. The intent is to prevent the PRC from acquiring American sensitive health information, including our personal genomic data and DNA, through its relationship with certain companies that collect, test, and store genomic data. According to a February 2021 fact sheet available on the DNI website, the PRC is investing heavily in biotech and has prioritized policies that facilitate the collection of large genomic data sets. The DNI reports that Chinese companies have gained greater access to sensitive U.S. healthcare data by developing strategic partnerships with U.S. researchers, hospitals, universities, and firms, and providing them extremely low-cost services like genomic sequencing subsidized by the PRC. Collecting vast amounts of genetic data from a large pool of diverse patients could allow Chinese companies to develop and control new medical products and services, and also poses significant privacy and national security risks for Americans. According to the intelligence community, the PRC's mass collection of DNA in China has helped to carry out human rights abuses against domestic minority groups like the Uyghurs and other Muslim minority groups in Xinjiang. This legislation would prohibit the federal government from purchasing biotech equipment and services from 5 companies of concern and establishes an interagency process for identifying additional companies in the future if it is ever needed. The bill would bar federal agencies from contracting with or making loans to the companies of concern. I understand that the Select Committee on Strategic Competition between the U.S. and the Chinese Communist Party drafted this bill in a bipartisan manner and worked closely with our committee staffs and our Senate colleagues to carefully craft it. The bill before us includes several provisions that were designed to address concerns raised in the drafting process, particularly about potential supply chain disruptions and drug shortages. The bill includes extended phase-in period for existing contracts with these companies, which could be extended until 2032. It also provides a process for obtaining a waiver and contains limited exceptions for national security activities and for the provision of necessary health care services to Americans overseas. The bill is an effort to strike a balance between recognizing the very real national security threat posed by efforts to embed the PRC in the U.S. healthcare system while also ensuring the stability and continuity of our healthcare supply chain. The bill seeks to address a truly complex problem in a complex industry, but I certainly am in favor of the intent of this legislation, and I am inclined to support the bill today in our committee. I would like to respectfully ask the chairman and the bill sponsors to commit to continuing to work in good faith together to resolve any potential technical issues and address any unintended consequences of the bill that might affect the American people or our nation's drug supply before it goes to the floor. I thank Chairman Comer and the sponsors of the legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Do any members seek recognition on the bill? Chair recognizes Mr. Christian Marte.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, for the opportunity to mark up the Biosecure Act today, H.R. 8333. Simply put, the Biosecure Act prohibits U.S. taxpayer dollars from flowing to foreign adversary-controlled biotech companies engaging in nefarious activities. Mr. Brad Wenstrup and I are proud to have reintroduced this bill last Friday. As the ranking member of the Select Committee on the Strategic Competition with the Chinese Communist Party, I cannot overstate the importance of this particular bill. U.S. taxpayer dollars should not be funding PRC biotech companies that are actively working with the CCP and the People's Liberation Army to potentially collect Americans' genomic data and intellectual property and use that data to further their authoritarian objectives. Our bill requires the executive branch to develop a list of foreign adversary-controlled biotech companies. It also names 5 entities of concern. All are part of either the BGI group or the WuXi group. Many of you may be wondering, why are we specifically naming these companies? First, BGI and WuXi have been found by the U.S. government and others to be involved in the perpetration of human rights abuses, specifically the Uyghur genocide. The Select Committee has found evidence of BGI and WuXi operating in the PRC's 27 pregnancy genetic testing centers with the PLA, which allows the CCP to help identify and separate Uyghurs from other residents, a key pillar of the CCP's genocide. Second, BGI not only worked with the PLA to develop its technology, but they also now collect data and send it back to China that is used for continued research with the PLA. In 2021, a Reuters investigation uncovered that BGI took DNA using pregnancy tests from 8 million women from 52 different countries and sent that data back to China to be used in research studies with the PLA. Third, Wuxi not only engages in human rights abuses, but there are reports that Wuxi AppTech has stolen intellectual property from American companies and sent it back to China to be replicated. For these reasons and others, these companies and their affiliates should not be receiving U.S. taxpayer dollars, period. We should not be working with these companies as a U.S. government. This is a bipartisan and a bicameral issue. Our constituents demand that we not continue with these practices. I look forward to working with my colleagues across the aisle and in the Senate to protect Americans' health and their data. I urge all my colleagues here today to vote yes on this critical bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and I just want to publicly thank you for your leadership on this, this bill and this issue, Mr. Krishnamurti.
Thank you.
Any other members seek recognition? The question is now on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the amendment is agreed to. The question is now on favorably reporting H.R. 8333 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. No.
Mr. Chairman, may we have a recorded vote?
Recorded vote has been ordered by the lady from South Carolina as previously announced. Further proceedings on the question will be postponed. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 5255, the Federal Cybersecurity Vulnerability Reduction Act of 2023. The clerk will please designate the bill.
H.R. 5255, the Federal Cybersecurity Vulnerability Reduction Act of 2023, a bill to require covered contractors implement a vulnerability disclosure policy consistent with NIST guidelines and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill shall be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Without objection, so ordered. The chair recognizes himself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk please designate the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5255 is offered by Mr. Comer of Kentucky.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the substitute will be considered as original text for the purposes of further amendment. Now recognize myself to speak on the bill. I'm happy to support H.R. 5255, the Federal Cybersecurity Vulnerability Reduction Act of 2023. The bill will require federal contractors to have a vulnerability disclosure policy, or a VDP. This would help contractors more quickly alert federal agencies about vulnerabilities which could avoid a future cybersecurity breach. Federal agencies must act quickly when dealing with a cyber attack. The sooner a federal agency knows it may have a problem, the sooner it can take steps to protect its systems and data, including the personal data of millions of Americans. It's reasonable to require federal contractors to play a proactive role in addressing information system vulnerabilities. The bill complements the committee's ongoing work aimed at helping federal agencies protect their data and information systems. I thank Subcommittee Chairwoman Mace for introducing this important legislation. I encourage my colleagues to support it. I now recognize the ranking member for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate today's consideration of the Federal Contractor Cybersecurity Vulnerability Reduction Act, as well as the work of our colleague Ms. Mace in leading on this legislation. The bill would ensure that covered federal contractors implement vulnerability disclosure policies consistent with the guidelines of NIST, industry best practices, and international standards. Each year, software developers, security researchers, and others discover tens of thousands of security vulnerabilities in computer software and systems. For example, in 2023, more than 29,000 common vulnerabilities and exposures were logged into NIST's widely used National Vulnerability Database. If companies establish a process for accepting, assessing, and managing reports of these vulnerabilities, otherwise known as a vulnerability disclosure policy, they can make use of such discoveries to fix problems before they're ever exploited by nefarious actors. Vulnerability disclosure policies are an effective tool for improving cybersecurity. Most agencies already have such policies, as do federal contractors and subs that provide information systems and Internet of Things devices to federal agencies. By requiring all federal contractors to follow suit, the bill shores up another front in the never-ending battle to protect the government's information systems and our data. Happy to support the bill today, and I yield back.
Does any other member seek recognition? Chair recognizes the sponsor of the bill, Chairman Mace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2020, the Office of Management and Budget directed federal agencies to implement cybersecurity vulnerability disclosure policies. White hat hackers and researchers work with the federal government to identify and address vulnerabilities. Ethical hackers are crucial to improving the nation's cybersecurity posture. These vulnerability policies require these third parties to stop testing and properly notify the federal agency of any sensitive data they encounter. Like personally identifiable information, financial information, or proprietary information or trade secrets. This allows the vulnerability to be patched and the information to be secured before they are exploited by malicious actors, including our adversaries. This was an important step in federal cybersecurity. But as we've talked about in this committee many times, just a fraction of the federal workforce are federal employees. The federal government awards over 11 million contracts annually, with many of these contractors having access to sensitive information, including personal information of U.S. citizens. This bill, the Federal Cybersecurity Vulnerability Reduction Act, will require federal contractors who work with government data or have access to government networks to adopt these vulnerability disclosure policies. This bill specifically requires the Department of Defense supplement to the federal acquisition regulations to require the same strong cybersecurity vulnerability reduction policies also, safeguarding the personal information of our service members and information vital to our national security. Contractors with access to government data and systems should at the very least have the same safeguards and lines of defense in place as our government. Adoption of vulnerability disclosure policies by government and defense contractors will help protect the sensitive data of American citizens and our national security. Until these vulnerability disclosure policies are adopted across the entire federal digital ecosystem, our nation is at risk. This bill would close a crucial vulnerability and protect our nation from malicious actors who seek to steal our data and do us harm. I'd like to thank the chairman for his support in bringing this critical bill to markup today and look forward to its passage on a bipartisan basis, and I yield back.
I want to thank the chairwoman for this bill. Chair now recognizes Mr. Biggs from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank Ms. Mace for bringing this bill. My question, though, is with regard to the importance of this report. In multiple places, we allow the VDP to be actually waived by the CIO, Chief Information Officer. I guess my question, what I think might make this a little better bill, is the CIO ever required to justify the waiver? Because this thing in here says that they're going to have to find that that's necessary in the interest of national security or research purposes to go ahead and waive the report. And my question would be, who's reviewing what they're doing? And maybe we as the Oversight Committee or some other committee should receive that as a portion of the report when they choose to waive the report. I would just suggest that because I don't see anything accountability to the CIO in here, and maybe there is and I'm just missing it, but I would suggest maybe we want the CIO to be accountable rather than to just subjectively make the determination. That's my suggestion. And Ms. Mace, I don't know if you want to respond or Mr. Comer. Or anybody. You don't have to.
I can comment on it while Mace is looking at it, but we'll certainly take that in consideration as the bill moves forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're happy to work on it.
Yes, thank you. I yield back.
Do any other members seek recognition on the bill? You want to talk on the bill? All right. The question is now on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The question is now on favorably reporting H.R. 5255 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no.
Mr. Chairman.
In the opinion of the chair recognizes Ms. Mace.
I'd like to request a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote is ordered by Ms. Mace from South Carolina. As previously announced, further proceedings on the question will be postponed. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 8276, the Reuse Excess Property Act. The clerk will please designate the bill.
H.R. 8276, the Reuse Excess Property Act, a bill to make data and internal guidance on excess personal property publicly available and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill shall be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Without objection, so ordered. The chair recognizes himself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will please designate the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8276 is offered by Mr. Comer of Kentucky.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the substitute will be considered as original text for the purposes of further amendment. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for a statement on the bill and amendment. As the largest single purchaser of goods and services in the world, federal agencies acquire billions of dollars of personal property, ranging from office supplies to automobiles each year. Unfortunately, agencies routinely and wastefully dispose of excess personal property that could otherwise be repurposed for continued federal agency use. Agencies are already required to consider the availability of excess personal property before buying new products. This excess personal property is available to agencies at no cost apart from any necessary transportation expenses. In June 2022, the GAO found that agencies are continuing to acquire new property while not using available excess personal property. GAO's findings indicate that the guidance in the existing federal management regulation alone may not be sufficient. With better direction from Congress, agencies can be more efficient in leveraging excess personal property to meet their needs, saving taxpayer dollars. The Reuse Excess Property Act would hold agencies more accountable towards efficiently using and reusing personal property by introducing transparency and accountability mechanism. This bill would reform existing statutory reporting requirements to the General Services Administration on excess personal property and require GSA to make this information publicly available. This will help decision makers and taxpayers better understand the extent to which agencies are working to cut wasteful spending through the use of excess property, informing future policy. Because GAO found that agencies have varied guidance on the use of excess personal property that often neglects essential FMR components, H.R. 8276 would require agencies to publicly report their guidance. Such guidance must include essential FMR components outlined by GAO. Agencies must also designate employees responsible for searching through available excess personal property for items that meet agency needs. In response to GAO's report, in February 2023, GSO convened the first meeting of an interagency working group to assess how agencies acquire personal property, uncover obstacles, and recommend improvements to policies for acquisition professionals. The bill would require GSA to make the findings of the working group, including a general summary, publicly available to provide full transparency into efforts to promote the maximum use of excess personal property. This bill shines a light on agency practices and could incentivize more efficient use of excess personal property, saving untold taxpayer dollars in the future. I want to thank Representative McClain for her leadership on this issue, and I think most people have heard that Representative McClain has had to have emergency appendix surgery, and she will be out for a few days. I want to urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation. I recognize the ranking member for his statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support the Reuse Excess Property Act, which would increase transparency across the government by strengthening reporting requirements around excess personal property. I commend Chairwoman McClain, and I wish her well, and Ranking Member Porter for introducing the House version of the act, which has already passed the Senate unanimously. As of 2022, the government amassed roughly $2 trillion in personal property, including furniture like chairs and desks, vehicles, office supplies, even medical equipment. The agencies are required to survey and index their inventories of personal property on an annual basis and identify items that they no longer need so that agencies can better account for their assets and get a better understanding of excess items that could be considered for use in other agencies. The GAO identified $3.9 billion in excess personal property between fiscal years 2016 and 20, and found an additional $28.9 billion in excess personal property items that were reported but not obtained by the agencies. These excess items could be transferred to another agency, distributed to state or local governments that need it, or even sold to the public. This act would increase federal reporting requirements and the public and provide greater transparency to the public of acquisition, monitoring, reuse, and disposal of personal property across the terrain of federal government. It directs the GSA and agencies to annually report data it collects related to excess personal property, and would also make the data available to the whole public. With greater transparency into federal uses of personal property, agencies can better optimize the use of these items, reducing the need for federal expenditures in the future. I support this common sense, good government legislation. Yield back.
The question is now on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The question is now unfavorably reporting H.R. 8276 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, Chair recognizes Ms. Mace.
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is ordered by the gentlelady from South Carolina. As previously announced, further proceedings on the question will be postponed. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 8335, the $1 billion Boondoggle Act. The clerk will please designate the bill.
H.R. 8335, the $1 billion Boondoggle Act, a bill to require the Director of the Office of Management and Budget to submit to Congress an annual report on projects that are over budget and behind schedule and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill shall be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Without objection, so ordered. The chair recognizes himself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk please designate the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8335 is offered by Mr. Comer of Kentucky.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and the substitute will be considered as original text for the purposes of further amendment. Congress must ensure that every taxpayer dollar is spent efficiently. Every year, the Government Accountability Office reports government projects that are above cost projections or behind schedule, from federal IT programs to projects at the National Nuclear Security Administration. However, there are likely additional government projects that fly under the radar, falling years behind schedule or costing billions of dollars over budget. The $1 billion Boondoggle Act would address this by informing policymakers of government-funded projects that are behind schedule or above initial cost projections. The bill directs the Office of Management and Budget to issue guidance requiring federal agencies to report annually to Congress regarding certain federally funded projects. Under the bill, agencies must report on projects that are more than 5 years behind schedule or have expenditures that are at least $1 billion more than the original cost estimate for the project. Agencies must provide an explanation if there is a delay in completion or an increase of cost for the project. Congress has a duty to oversee the federal government for inefficiency and waste. This bill informs policymakers and allows Congress to address failing government projects before further taxpayer dollars are misused. The identical S 1258 passed the Senate on March 23, 2024, sponsored by Senators Joni Ernst and Senator Hassan. I want to thank Representative Miller Meeks for introducing the House Companion Bill. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I recognize the ranking member for his statement.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. The legislation would require additional reporting on certain federal projects over budget by $1 billion or 5 years behind schedule. Congress has a duty to make sure that the taxpayers' dollars are well spent. Additional oversight of projects that are vastly over budget or behind schedule makes perfect sense. I support this bill. I appreciate the fact that this version takes into consideration some technical comments that were offered by OMB, and I yield back.
Any other members wish to speak? The chair recognizes Mr. Biggs from Arizona.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. This is a good bill, but good grief. 5 years, we're not going to report until you're 5 years behind schedule? I mean, that seems to me.
We got projects in Kentucky on the Mississippi and Ohio River with the Corps of Engineers that they're 10 years behind schedule.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should have known. Yeah, if they're 10 years behind, we should have known when they were 6 months behind, so we could get a handle on it and encourage them to get caught up or something. That's my only problem with this. It seems a little loosey-goosey, and I think we should be having a little bit more oomph in our oversight, Mr. Chairman. But with that, I'm going to support this bill, obviously, but I'm hoping that maybe we can tighten this up as we go forward.
Well said.
You'll bet.
Any other members seek recognition? Seeing none, the question is now on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The question is now unfavorably reporting H.R. 8335 is amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, chair recognizes Mr. Biggs.
Request a recorded
Recorded
vote.
vote has been ordered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona. As previously announced, further proceedings on the question will be postponed. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 8334, the Grant Integrity and Border Security Act. The clerk will please designate the bill.
H.R. 8334, the Grant Integrity and Border Security Act, a bill to require any applicant for a federal grant to submit a certification that such applicant is not in violation of Section 274A of the Immigration and Nationality Act and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill should be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Without objection, so ordered. The chair recognizes himself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk, please designate the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8334 as offered by Mr. Comer of Kentucky.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the substitute will be considered as original text for the purposes of further amendment. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for a statement on the bill and the amendment. Congressional Republicans are committed to securing our southern border. It has been brought to this committee's attention that some non-governmental organizations, also known as NGOs, are using taxpayer dollars to subvert immigration law. NGOs receive hundreds of millions of dollars in federal financial assistance to reimburse travel, shelter, and food provided to illegal aliens after their release from the Department of Homeland Security custody. While these grant funds are lawfully provided for such purposes, some grant recipients may be engaging in inappropriate and potentially criminal conduct. The DHS Inspector General found last year that NGOs had received reimbursements through FEMA's Emergency Food and Shelter Program for services provided to illegal aliens who had evaded detection and apprehension by DHS personnel. This means that DHS had no record that these individuals had been released from custody and were therefore ineligible to receive services under the law. This is unacceptable. Groups that criminally aid illegal aliens should not be eligible to receive federal grants. The bill requires applicants for federal grants to certify that they will not violate Section 274A of the Immigration and Nationality Act, which prohibits alien smuggling, domestic transportation of unauthorized aliens, encouraging unauthorized aliens to enter the United States, and engaging in a conspiracy to take any of these actions. Applicants must certify that they and their employees have not violated in the last 10 years or not in violation of and will not violate the Act. Under the bill, the Office of Management and Budget is then authorized to withhold funds from any grantee in violation of this requirement. Additionally, if a grant recipient agrees not to violate the requirement and is later found to have criminally aided illegal immigrants, they can be held accountable through a civil suit. Such civil suits can be filed under the False Claims Act, which provides any person who knowingly submits or causes to submit false claims to the government is liable for 3 times the government's damages. Congress expects NGOs to abide by federal law, including immigration law, when providing charitable assistance to immigrants. Congress must ensure that NGOs that break immigration law by criminally aiding illegal immigrants are not funding their activities with taxpayer dollars. I want to thank Representative Fox for introducing this very necessary bill. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I now recognize the ranking member for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alas, time and again, Republicans have walked away from meaningful bipartisan efforts to improve our immigration system and strengthen border security. A few months ago, at the behest of Donald Trump, Republicans rejected a bipartisan Senate border bill that Mitch McConnell called the most substantial border security policy in 30 years. In 2021, all but 6 current House Republicans voted against the bipartisan infrastructure deal, which provided additional funding to combat smuggling of people and drugs into our country. And all but 2 of them voted against robust funding for border security operations in the fiscal year 2023 appropriations package. Now, instead of engaging in meaningful, robust bipartisan action, our colleagues have brought forth H.R. 8334, a bill that would ask federal grant applicants to certify that they're not in violation of one provision of one federal immigration law that they are already legally obligated to follow. Mr. Chairman, in the absence of any real or serious policy solution that would actually repair the country's decades-long broken immigration system, H.R. 8334 is just one more frivolous attempt by Republicans to further demonize immigrants and stoke fears about migrants without actually doing anything. The bill would require applicants for federal grants to certify that they're not in violation of Section 274A of the Immigration and Nationality Act, which imposes criminal penalties for knowingly taking a number of actions related to an immigrant who is in the United States in violation of law. In targeting one specific section of one specific federal law for an additional bureaucratic check-the-box step, this bill suggests it would somehow be less troubling for federal grantees to violate any other federal law. To be clear, federal grantees are already expected and obligated to follow all federal laws, and they're subject to penalties and consequences when they do not follow federal laws. This bill is not necessary, and it is a painfully obvious attempt to score political points in the ceaseless crusade to demonize immigrants and try to claim that the Biden administration is not already upholding the nation's existing immigration laws. H.R. 8334 is further evidence that when it comes to immigration and border security, our colleagues are offering no solutions, but rather gimmicks. They would rather stoke fear and cause chaos for political gain rather than work with us to pass bipartisan solutions. I oppose H.R. 8334. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Biggs from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this common sense bill introduced by Chairman Fox. So let's think about this. My colleagues across the aisle always say, oh, man, the Republicans don't want to solve the border crisis. Over a year ago, we passed out the best border security bill that has come out in a generation, but the Senate refuses to take it up. The Democrats refuse to take it up because it actually would secure the border. But let's consider the plan that they put forward, that they always tout and say, oh, man, this is a great plan. It guaranteed 1,500 people could illegally enter the country every day, even if the 7,500 limit, mandatory close of the border, was actually triggered. 1,500 a day. Well, you can do the math yourself. It's over 500,000 people a year, which, by the way, until the Biden administration, that would have been a record number of illegal aliens coming across. They were cool with that. But you didn't even trigger an option to actually secure the border until you got hit the number of 5,000 illegal aliens coming across the border in a day. 5,000 a day. Do the math. That's about 1.8 million. It didn't become mandatory for the executive to actually close the border for security purposes in that legislation that the Democrats support until when? 7,500 a day came in. That's about 2.5 million people. And here's the other kicker. They couldn't get that bill out of the Senate. So it's not a demonization, because we have over 1 million legal immigrants every year. We support that. What we don't support is mass illegal migration. So I'll give you an example of NGOs. In Yuma, there's only one NGO. I served in the state legislature with the lady who runs it, Amanda Aguirre. She is great, does a great job. But she herself is overwhelmed because Yuma, which actually averaged fewer than 25 per day illegal aliens apprehended, in this administration, they're happy to be down to 350 a day because there have been times that they've had 2,000 a day. So this is a good bill. Let me tell you about the Tucson sector, which I always get it cracks me up. Folks who live far from the border say there's no border crisis. Well, so I was down in the Tucson sector again last week. We actually had a hearing down there. You need to understand, I just want to put this in a big picture perspective for you. 2018, 19, and 20, average was 60,000 apprehensions or encounters per year in the Tucson sector. When President Biden came in and he emasculated within 24 hours something like 70-plus executive orders dealing with border security, the number rose to more than 3 times that in the first year, 2021. And then it was over 250,000 in 2022. In 2023, last year, was about 360,000. And this year, they are on pace already to exceed 700,000 encounters in the Tucson sector, which also is the corridor for something like 50% of all fentanyl and drug trafficking and human trafficking. So this is a bill that's actually necessary, Because one thing that we have found is that NGOs are actually facilitating illegal immigration, both south of the border and on our side of the border. So let's have them declare that they're in compliance specifically with this immigration law. That will help, I think. I hope it does. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I support Ms. Fox's bill, and I yield back. Yes, I will.
Make sure your mic's on.
I'm not sure if the gentleman has seen this, but it was just given to me yesterday. It came out. It's today's paper. The Free Press has put out an article called "Nonprofits Are Making Billions Off the Border Crisis." And, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter this into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes the sponsor of the bill, Dr. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I make my prepared remarks, I'd like to say to the ranking member, he knows I do not do frivolous things. I do not spend my time doing frivolous things. And he said that we are implying that the Biden administration's not upholding the law. No, Mr. Chairman, we know the Biden administration's not upholding the law. My bill, H.R. 8334, the Grant Integrity and Border Security Act, would prohibit federal grant recipients from engaging in unlawful acts related to the smuggling and transportation of illegal aliens into the United States. We must hold lawbreakers accountable, secure our border, and stop the abuse of taxpayer funds. President Biden and Department of Homeland Security, DHS, Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas have overseen the most chaotic, lawless, and open border in recent memory. Taxpayers have been bearing the brunt of the massive wave of illegal aliens that have entered the United States, and the Biden administration has seemingly declared hardworking taxpayers collateral damage in their pursuit to subvert the meaning of citizenship. Agents of Customs and Border Patrol have been outspoken in their opposition to both Biden administration policies and the assistance illegal immigrants receive from non-governmental organizations, NGOs, that work to aid in subversion of law and order. When asked if NGOs are working at cross purposes to the mission of Border Control agents, Chief of the National Border Control Council said, quote, "Most definitely, and they should not be allowed, but our government allows it," end quote. NGOs receiving taxpayer funding through grants pay for everything from food, shelter, and transportation to legal services that help the migrants traverse Mexico. According to the Office of Management and Budget, each year, the taxpayers provide more than $1.2 trillion in funding for thousands of programs through grants and other forms of financial assistance. $1.2 trillion was 4.8% of our country's GDP in 2022. For such a large sum, taxpayers need assurance that their money is not being spent to undermine law and order. However, today, taxpayers have no such assurance. In 2023, DHS Office of Inspector General published a report on the failure of the administration to provide adequate oversight of federal grant funding. Organizations that receive funding are required to maintain documents related to cost. Migrants served each day, expenses incurred, and proof of payment for purchases. In one sample of NGO books, the Inspector General report states that 58% of the reviewed amount was missing documentation. Additionally, the report determined a shocking number of migrants who received assistance from these NGOs were missing documentation and did not have a DHS encounter record. Of the 824 names that tested as a sample, 197 were ineligible to receive humanitarian services, and 154 did not have an encounter record. Despite this, President Biden and DHS have made no effort to hold NGOs who receive millions in taxpayer dollars accountable. H.R. 8334 will finally do so. My bill requires that all applicants certify when filling out their applications that they have not violated, will not violate, and are not currently in violation of Section 274A of the Immigration and Nationality Act. This section of federal law imposes criminal penalties on any person who assist aliens in illegally crossing in the United States. Accountability is ultimately guaranteed by requiring federal agencies to withhold any funds from a grantee determined by the head of an agency to be in violation of their application certification. It's time to rein in lax enforcement of our immigration laws, implement integrity in the federal grant process, and finally secure the southern border. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Chair recognizes Ms. Crockett.
I'd yield to the ranking leader.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crockett. I wanted to apologize to Ms. Fox if she thought that I was calling her frivolous. Nothing could be less frivolous than you. I know how seriously you undertake your responsibilities. I find it frivolous that our colleagues across the aisle rejected the best bipartisan package we ever had, at least since I've been in Congress, on immigration. It was backed by Senator Lankford, by Senator McConnell. It was flying through the Senate. Hundreds of new Border Patrol agents, hundreds of new border judges, new fentanyl detection technology, all of it. And as I understand it, at least as the press reported it, Donald Trump didn't want a border solution. He wanted a border crisis to run on. And so, whatever the merits of this legislation is, it pales by comparison to what might actually have been done with that multi-billion-dollar investment in strengthening the border. Just on this question, if my friend from North Carolina would yield for a second, but I'm curious about the structure of this legislation. It seems like what it says is that there's a criminal law that already applies to everybody, and this then says we want people to sign something saying they're not violating the criminal law. And I'm not familiar with that structure of legislation before, and I wonder, are there any other examples of that existing in federal grant compliance? I mean, I want federal grantees to be complying with every federal criminal and civil law there is, and this almost seems to imply you've got to comply with this particular law, but we don't care if you're violating the other ones. If you could just explain that to me.
I'm not familiar, obviously, with every granting agency and how they're structured, but I think it's important that we've received reports on what these NGOs are doing and that it appears they are not abiding by the law, and this is a sort of a backstop or a double check to make sure that they will be doing that. And as I said earlier, we know that these NGOs are making billions off of the border crisis in terms of how they're handling this.
I guess I would just say I'm afraid that this sends a message of weak enforcement of our laws. If I knew, for example, that we had federal grantees that were assaulting people, sexually abusing people, committing surgery against them, against their will, I wouldn't ask for a certification that they're not committing crimes. I would call the police, or I would try to have the law enforced against them, rather than picking out one provision in the law and say, please give me an annual certification that you're not in violation of the criminal law. But I can see there would be an honest difference of opinion about doing this. And I want to thank the gentlelady for yielding. I yield back to Ms. Crockett.
With that, Mr. Chair, I'll yield.
All right. Any further members seek recognition? Seeing none, the question is now on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The question is now unfavorably reporting H.R. 8334 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
Mr. Chairman, request a roll call.
A recorded vote has been ordered by Mr. Biggs from Arizona. As previously announced, further proceedings on the question will be postponed. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 6462, the Resilient Employment and Authorization Determination to Increase the National Employment of Serving Spouses Act, or the Readiness Act. The clerk will please designate the bill.
H.R. 6462, the Resilient Employment and Authorization Determination to Increase the National Employment of Serving Spouses Act, a bill to retain federal employees who are spouses of a member of the armed forces or the foreign service when relocating due to an involuntary transfer and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill shall be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Without objection, so ordered. The chair recognizes himself to offer an amendment in the nature of substitute. The clerk will please designate the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6462 is offered by Mr. Comer of Kentucky.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the substitute will be considered as original text for the purposes of further amendment. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for a statement on the bill and the amendment. The commitment demonstrated by American military and foreign service members who volunteer to serve our country is often accompanied by challenges for their own spouses maintaining gainful employment. Some of the burdens are shouldered by the service members' families who must relocate along with their family member when duty calls for redeployment. That's why it's important for Congress to accommodate these families who sacrifice so much, supporting their loved ones and help ease these transitions. The Readiness Act presents an opportunity for this committee to provide reasonable accommodations for service member spouses who are current federal employees to continue their federal employment during these redeployments. The bill directs employing agencies to provide service member spouses with remote work accommodations, transfer them into another position near the new duty location, or into another remote work position altogether. For instances, if it's determined that none of these options are feasible, agencies can place the spouse into leave without pay status, specially designated as separate duty-covered relocation. Additionally, the bill provides for annual reports to OPM and Congress detailing agencies' use of these authorities. I want to thank Ms. Crockett and Mr. Bacon for their bipartisan work on this bill and urge my colleagues to support this important measure to better support the families of those who sacrifice so much in service to our country. I now recognize the ranking member for his statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Resilient Employment and Authorization Determination to Increase the National Employment of Service Spouses, or Readiness Act, sponsored by my colleague from Texas, Representative Crockett, would require federal agencies to offer, when possible, employment flexibilities like telework, remote work, or leave without pay status to federal employees who are the spouses of a military or foreign service member who undergo a permanent change of duty station. I'm a proud co-sponsor. Military-connected families face unique demands. For example, active duty military families face permanent change of station moves every 2 to 3 years on average, often with little or no control over their assignments. Each move may require the spouse to leave their job, which limits their own professional growth and development and makes it difficult to maintain steady work. The military spouse population, 90% of which are women, has a 21% unemployment rate, which is nearly 6 times the national average. As a result, nearly 1 in 5 military families point to spousal employment as a reason for leaving military service and for struggling to make ends meet. The Readiness Act, a bipartisan bill, would ensure that all federal employees who are married to a service member or a foreign service employee who relocates because of a permanent change of station has access to certain workforce flexibilities that allow them to continue their federal careers. The following groups have endorsed the act: the Veterans of Foreign Wars, Military Officers Association of America, With Honor Action, Military Family Advisory Network, National Military Family Association, American Federation of Government Employees, American Foreign Service Association, Blue Star Families, and the American Legion. Congress must prioritize the needs of our military families, and this bill will do that. I commend Ms. Crockett and her staff for their great hard work in getting this bill to markup today, as well as our majority counterparts who worked tirelessly with Ms. Crockett and her staff to get feedback from the Office of Personnel Management and OMB to ensure that this legislation works to actually help our military and foreign service families in our districts. I yield back.
Do any members wish to speak on the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cloud.
I have some concerns about this particular bill.
Okay. You're going to offer an amendment? Or
I will, but right now I'm speaking to the bill.
You're what?
Speaking to the bill.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Proceed.
I have learned in my time here that any time there is a bill that basically is apple pie and puppy dogs and everything, that we should really look into what's going on into this bill. Now, we all want our service members paid well. They should be paid more. We honor our military. We want them taken care of while they're in their service. When we send them overseas, they should go only with a clear mission. They should go with everything and every tool they need for clear and quick victory, and then we should bring them home, and then we should take care of them following their service. That is something I think we all agree with. When I began to look at this bill, I noticed a couple things began to bother me right off the bat, and that is that it begins to make this false equivalency, and indeed the chairman and ranking member's comments focused on our military, but this bill gives the same benefits to our foreign service, our State Department, as our military. I think that's a false equivalency that we shouldn't assume. And indeed, when you begin to look at the numbers of who would actually be affected by this bill, it's less than 1% of our military people serving in military that have a spouse serving in the federal bureaucracy. On the other hand, when you look at our State Department, it's estimated, best numbers available, that 15% of our State Department has a spouse serving in the State Department. That doesn't count the other agencies, so we could guess maybe it's 20% or more. So this is really, while we talk about it being about the military, this is really more about our State Department having guaranteed work wherever they go. I think it's important that in everything that we're doing, we remember that every public service job exists to serve the American people. And I think we're going down a dangerous precedent when we begin to say that federal bureaucrats' jobs are guaranteed for life, and it kind of flips the coin to where the American people then exist to serve and create jobs for the bureaucrats. I don't think that's where we want to go. We do want to make sure, and I'm going to reiterate, if this is really about our military, which this claims to be, this is called the Readiness Act. And so we're talking about having military ready, having an equipped force. We all know that there's major recruiting problems that are going on right now. But again, this addresses less than 1% of our military. Less than it's 0.8% of our military. If this is really about readiness, we have major recruiting problems that we can deal with and that we should address, but I don't believe this is a very roundabout way addressing those issues. One of the biggest issues that has led to our recruitment goals not being met is the woke turn our military has taken, the DEI initiatives that we've put in, all the things that we're trying to do in our military to make it a social engineering experiment instead of the world's elite premier fighting force that's ready to go blow things up when necessary. This is a well-intended act, but it does not accomplish the goals it seeks out to accomplish, and for that I have some serious concerns about it, and I would recommend that we withhold this bill and bring it up at a later date when we've had a chance to really address these issues.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Sure.
But I just was not familiar with the statistics you were citing. You said that 15% of State Department spouses work for the
Best
federal
numbers
government.
available. The State Department doesn't track it. The best numbers available we can find since this came.
Okay, and then you said
about.
1% of military spouses work for the
It's
federal government.
0.8% of military spouses.
Okay, and can you just share the information?
16,000 of 2 million.
So 16,000 spouses are working for the
Of
federal
2
government.
million.
Yeah, and so even though
And by the way, these are not, it's not usually your infantrymen whose spouse is working somewhere in the State Department or somewhere else in another agency. It's usually a higher level, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't give attention to that, but the greatest benefactor in this bill that we're calling a Readiness Act for our military is the greatest benefactors are State Department employees, and I have a concern with us placing that on equal footing.
if I can just pursue the question for 1 sec, since I haven't seen the statistics, in hard numbers, are there more military spouses or more State Department spouses who are affected? There are obviously a lot more people in the military.
Well, I have an amendment to remove the State Department and aspects of it.
Right, I was just interested in the statistics. You said there were 16,000 spouses of people in the
Well, there-
Army or the Marines or the Navies, well, you know, but do you know how many spouses are in the State Department who would be affected by it?
It's a lesser number.
Okay, so it's a smaller number,
it's
but a
it's
bigger
higher
percentage.
percent,
Okay,
but-
all right,
yeah,
so we're talking about thousands of
Which
people.
is why I'm saying, I'm not saying to can the bill, I'm saying I think we should readdress it
Okay.
and bring it back.
Thank you for yielding.
Thank you.
Thank you for yielding.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Crockett, the sponsor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While we are calling this the Readiness Act, I do want to remind my colleagues that what this essentially does is it keeps families connected. And thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your support of this bipartisan bill to support the retention of some of the most patriotic federal employees, spouses of our armed forces members, and the Foreign Service personnel. These dedicated men and women are not only an asset to our workforce, but to our country as well. Given all they do, Congress should be doing everything in our power to retain these military and Foreign Service spouses in our federal workforce. Unfortunately, as I've stated before in this committee, too often, these outstanding federal employees are not retained when their spouses get a change of duty station order. As a result, military spouses face an unemployment rate several times higher than the national average. Not only does this hurt their career development, but it needlessly deprives the government of well-qualified workers. It is also a threat to our national security and military readiness. We all have seen various military branches have struggled to meet their target recruitment goals. That is why retaining the current members of our armed forces is more important than ever. Unfortunately, over 20% of military families who leave active duty cite issues finding spousal employment as a factor for their separation. That is why Congressman Don Bacon and I built this bipartisan consensus on the need to use every tool available to support these federal employees through the Readiness Act. This bill gives due process assurance to military and Foreign Service spouses, no matter what agency they are in. If their spouse is serving in the military and Foreign Service gets a permanent change of station order, the spouse working in federal government will also get an individual determination about the agency's ability to retain them either through remote work, reassignment, or a combination of the two. Right now, while there is significant positive movement from the executive branch on retaining military spouses overseas, thanks to First Lady Jill Biden's Joining Forces initiative, more still needs to be done to ensure every federally employed military and Foreign Service spouse, regardless of agency, knows that the federal government values their contribution and wants to continue to retain them. In the event that retention is not a viable option based on the family's permanent change of station, my bill will provide spouses time to find a new job within the government by providing up to 6 months of leave without pay. We also know that moving across the country and around the world in service to our country is not an easy task. That is why my Readiness Act gives military and Foreign Service spouses additional tools to help them re-enter the federal government. Once we pass this bill, spouses will no longer have to worry about their security clearances expiring for the duration of the permanent change of station. This bill also ensures that these spouses don't lose reinstatement eligibility just because they were on a long series of permanent change of station. Now, we know in this committee we have had our fair share of fireworks, and that is putting it gently. But I must say that I genuinely want to say thank you to Chairman Comer for putting my bill on the agenda today and for working with my staff on this ANS. I want to thank Ranking Member Raskin, not just for co-sponsoring the bill, but all the work that his amazing team has done with ours on this ANS. Thank you, Congressman Bacon, who has not only co-led this bill with me, but is also currently working with me and another co-sponsor, Congresswoman Houlihan, to address issues for military and Foreign Service spouses in the upcoming NDAA as well. And finally, I want to extend a special thanks to the individual military and Foreign Service spouses who reached out to my team to raise these issues over a year ago and who have worked tirelessly to come up with common sense solutions. As a freshman, I'll be honest that from what I've seen, it often takes big names and deep pockets to make things move around here. But this is a story of individuals seeking redress from their government and Congress actually taking action. I am proud to have authored the Readiness Act and look forward to working with everyone in this building and getting this to the President's desk. With that, I will yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I, like the gentleman from Texas, have some concerns about this piece of legislation, and so I'm going to be looking very keenly at the amendments, but in a general sense, I think there are ways, and I appreciate the gentlelady's effort to try to address the concerns that military and State Department spouses may have when PCS moves occur regarding their security clearances or regarding further employment during that dwell time. But I also am concerned about this. We just recently had what we call Academy Night in the district that I'm proud and privileged to represent, where we have aspiring young people, young citizens that want to attend a military academy. They come in and receive information about the process and about the force they think that they might be interested in joining. And as a person who was honored to wear the military uniform of the United States for over 3 decades, I have a conversation with them where I tell them, you're agreeing to serve. You're asking to serve. There's no draft on. No one's requiring you to do this. You're doing this because you want to. And so you have to decide if you want to serve. And you might want to be an F-35 pilot, or you might want to be a submarine commander, or fly F-18s off of an aircraft carrier. And it's great when your requirements, when your wishes, when your demands, when your hopes meet with the federal government's requirements, with the needs of the U.S. military in this case, or in the case of this bill, the State Department. When the needs of the individual marry up perfectly with the needs of the United States of America, that's a great circumstance. But sometimes and oftentimes they don't. But you wanted to serve. That's why you're here. You want to serve. And so the question is, are you going to serve or not? And if you're going to serve, service is about sacrifice. That's what service is. And the sacrifice that comes along with that is probably a PCS move. It's likely you're going to have to move. And you might not get what we call an MOS, the skill set that you desire. You might not be the infantry person that's out there, the infantryman that's out there, you know, low crawling through the jungle and eating snakes. Maybe that's what you want to do, but maybe the U.S. Army thinks that you need to be a chemical officer because that's what we need at the time. Well, you said you wanted to serve, so you're going to serve. And so my point is this: there are people that I represent, and I imagine the sponsor of the bill represents, that have to make decisions every day. They work in the private sector and they get a job opportunity. I just happen to know one of my constituents is leaving the area that I represent to go to Atlanta. He's got a job opportunity. He's going to take his family and leave. And his wife is employed, and she's going to have to get a job, or if she wants to continue work, I guess she's either going to have to decide to stay in Pennsylvania, or she's going to have to decide to go to Atlanta. I guess the point is that we all make decisions, and I'm concerned when there's a circumstance where the federal government's saying, we're going to guarantee, the taxpayer in the United States is going to guarantee you a job if you work for the federal government. That's not the way it works in the rest of the marketplace, anywhere. We all make decisions. If you want to have a family and being in the military or in the State Department no longer works for you as a person who wants to start a family or have a family, you have a family and your PCS move doesn't work for you, I get it.
Will the gentleman yield?
We all get it. Hold on, ma'am, I want to complete my thought here. We all get it. But that's a decision that you have to make. Life changes, things change. It is not the job or the role, nor should it be, of the federal government to make sure that decisions it needs to make on behalf of the American people, on behalf of national security, on behalf of international or foreign affairs, to make sure that it works for you. That's a decision that we can't be making. We need to make the decision that is best for America, whether it's in uniform or whether it's at the State Department. And if that works out for you, that's awesome. But if it doesn't work out for you, then you've got a decision that you've got to make. We cannot fashion our decisions on national security based on the individual needs of people that signed up of their own volition for a job that they wanted to pursue, and God bless them. We're happy they want to do it. They're happy that they want to serve. We're happy that they want to sacrifice. But that's what comes with the territory. If that's not for you, We need insurance salesmen, and we need people to clean pools, and we need all kinds of things in America. That's okay. With that,
Gentleman's time's
my
expired.
time's expired.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from California, Ms. Porter.
Thank you very much. My brother was in the Navy and went to the Naval Academy, and one of the reasons that he left after his years of service was his concern about being able to have a family and for his spouse to be able to have a career. And the military spent lots of money trying to entice him to stay. And so it's not a choice between doing nothing and doing something. The question is, what do we want to do? That said, I take Mr. Cloud's point about needing to do more to help the spouses and partners of younger and newer service members who maybe are not qualified yet to work for the federal government, and how can we educate and train them so that they're able to get federal jobs. And I would be happy to partner with you on that. I want to speak briefly about my bill that was considered earlier. We've all seen kids do big school projects. You know, the ones that require every possible kind of glue, tape, paper, scissors to even get close to meeting the class requirements. And every parent who has helped their kid with one of these projects knows the feeling of rummaging through closets and drawers to try to see how many of the required supplies can you find before deciding whether you really have to go to Target at 8 p.m. I mean, how many sets of colored pencils, markers, and crayons end up flying around? Like, sure, it's easier to find the red crayon in a new box, but it would also be easy to find if you organized your existing crayons by color, because sure enough, there'll be 3 red ones there. Whether it's to save money or to save a trip out of the house, I can't think of any parent who wouldn't at least see what their kid can make of the supplies they have before agreeing to buy more. We need to know what the federal government has, that they are taking the same common sense approach as parents to their own projects. What do we already have before we go and buy more? After all, the government's the biggest purchaser of goods in the world, and it's almost inconceivable that there isn't a closet, drawer, warehouse, room full of supplies somewhere in the federal government that meets at least some of the needs of any project that any agency could want to do. Just like a parent, the federal government should have to assess how it can use the supplies it has, look for that red crayon, before it goes to the store to get more. And that's exactly what the bipartisan bill I introduced with my friend, Congresswoman McClain, would accomplish. Our Reuse Excess Property Act would require agencies to issue public reports about their excess property, like supplies, furniture, machinery, and report how they tell their employees to use that excess property. The bill would then task an agency employee with searching through existing property for supplies that meet agency needs before we buy more. By making agencies better use their existing supplies and tell the public how they're doing it, we can save taxpayers money and we can use our resources more efficiently. As a mom, I know kids always want new colored pencils rather than sharpening the ones that they have. I'll tell the same thing to federal agencies that I'll tell my kids. I'm not saying you can't buy new supplies, but you'd better be for sure first that you don't have those supplies lying around. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I also just want to speak briefly on the $1 Billion Boondoggle Act. I've been replacing a few appliances in my house, and whenever I get a new appliance, I have a basic expectation. The installation will be done as promised, and I won't have to pay more than the quote. And I've been lucky so far that's the case. But the installers have been lucky too, because if they didn't meet those basic conditions, I'd demand a full accounting of what went wrong. Nobody would want a boondoggle for their home repair project, paying extra and waiting longer, and homeowners certainly wouldn't keep writing checks and keep paying bills on a boondoggle unless they were getting answers and improvements. We shouldn't tolerate boondoggles as consumers, but we also shouldn't tolerate them as taxpayers. Like an appliance in the home, government-funded projects are designed to serve the real needs of the people. If those projects run behind schedule and over budget, taxpayers deserve an accounting of why we're not getting what we paid for as promised. I introduced the bipartisan $1 Billion Boondoggle Act with Congresswoman Miller Meeks to make that happen. Our bill would require federal agencies to disclose to Congress the reasons for delays and excess costs when a government-funded project runs more than 5 years behind schedule or costs more than $1 billion than its budget. It would also identify the contractors responsible for that boondoggle. That's information we can use to conduct oversight and determine how to get projects back on track or when it might be necessary to pull the plug. By shining an example on some of the worst examples of waste in government-funded projects, this bill would give taxpayers that chance.
Thank you. Gentlelady's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman,
What purpose is the gentleman from Louisiana?
speak on Ms. Crockett's bill.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's a unique moment in Congress when there's a joining of the minds that are this far apart. So let us embrace the moment. I support the bill from a conservative perspective. Let me say that I believe, and most conservatives across the country believe, that the disintegration of the very fabric of our nation began as we stepped away from the traditional American family and the core principles that served our country so well for 200 years has been gradually eroded over the last 5 decades as we have lost that traditional American family structure. So I see this as a family unity bill. We have, yeah, there's not that many military members that would fall in this category, but it's thousands and thousands of military members, and I think that those thousands and thousands of American families are important. And if there's an involuntary, transfer, then yeah, that's part of service. I'm an Army veteran. You swear your oath, you follow the orders. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. However, the family impact is real, and if we can mitigate against it without spending a bunch of money, then I think that bill should be considered across the spectrum politically as to whether or not it's a benefit to our republic. And maintaining families, I would argue from a conservative perspective, is most certainly a benefit to our republic. The expense of hiring and training up a replacement employee is far greater than maintaining an experienced employee. And let me say that I would oppose this bill had it been written in a manner that guaranteed pay for a spouse that was maintained. You're maintaining their position so that this family has a solid choice, man, to say, okay, we're gonna accept this transfer, and I'm not going to be able to work remotely. However, I have a window where I can maintain my security clearance and maintain my status, and I can seek other employ on a lateral level. So I just think it's a family-friendly bill, and it's a moment where I consider myself one of the most conservative members of Congress, and yet I join some of the most liberal members of Congress in support of this bill.
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield to the young lady, and briefly, ma'am, so that I can recognize
Absolutely.
Mr. Cloud as well.
I just want to say that that was the response that I expected. I expected that the one thing that we could agree on in this particular committee or in this Congress was the idea of supporting families, especially military families. And it's absolutely right. We are not at 100% capacity for any federal agency right now. We're down 30% when it comes to air traffic control and so many others. We don't have the workforce that we need, and this solves two issues. Number one, we are lacking in recruitment when it comes to these, to military service. And number two, this makes sure that we don't have to go out and get somebody else to come back in to replace these spouses. And hopefully this will allow us to maintain our forces, our armed forces. So thank you so much, and I will yield back.
Reclaiming my time, recognize Mr. Cloud.
Thank you, gentlemen, and you know my fondness for you, and you are certainly a conservative stalwart on the Hill. I would ask, and one of the concerns I had was that it creates a disparity between what about the service members whose spouses are in the private sector? What about those who are, you know, a law enforcement officer in their community or a teacher or those kind of things?
We don't have jurisdictional authority.
No, I understand that, but it troubles me that and then the idea that our federal workforce is down 30% is largely because the massive expanse of our federal government over even the last 3 years.
Agreed. My time has expired, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
I'm sorry, I yield back.
You can offer your amendment, Mr. Cloud.
Are we done debating this?
Yeah, well, I don't think there's anybody else that wants to be recognized. I think everybody's.
Yeah, I haven't even.
It looks to me like almost everybody in the room spoken, doggone it. And
Burchett.
Mr. Burchett.
The 400.
Oh, yeah. Did you seek recognition, Mr. Burchett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I do not.
Okay. So, Mr. Cloud.
Most popular speech in Congress.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Cloud, what purpose do you seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will distribute the amendment to all members, and the clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6462 is offered by Mr. Cloud of Texas.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I reserve a point of order. You reserve a point of order? Mr. Cloud reserves a point of order. I do. Okay, I'm reserving a point of order. Okay, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
My amendment's pretty simple. This would exempt from the bill any employees in a DEI office capacity, I think over the G5. And so, you know, we talk about a workforce that is understaffed, and this is an area where DEI implementation into our military has hurt recruiting dramatically. I don't think we need to be transporting these jobs, certainly across different agencies, and so it would exempt DEI from this bill, and I yield back.
Do any other members wish to speak on this amendment? Chair recognizes the ranking member.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. But we would oppose respectfully the gentleman's amendment. The people working in DEI, and obviously it's a tiny fraction of people in the federal workforce, are conducting a legitimate and essential function. The military actually has really led the way in American history in terms of overcoming segregation and Jim Crow and the barriers to integration and diversity. And so I understand that this amendment seems to be mostly symbolic, but to the extent that it would actually affect anybody, I just don't see the logic of it, and it undercuts the general principle that the gentlelady is from Texas is trying to advance. And I don't know if she's got any thoughts on it, but I will yield back at this point.
Who seeks recognition? Gentlelady from Texas.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Briefly, so long as a position exists in our government and until the law changes, if it changes, then I think that then we are starting to impart disparities and say, you can have your job so long as your job does not do this, even though you had that job and that job was authorized, and it still means that that job will still have to be filled. Not to mention, I honestly don't do things to message and go home. I will be clear that I have essentially won my reelection. Anything that I'm doing has nothing to do with politicking. I actually want to get something done for the American people. And I was at a signing ceremony at the White House, and I did speak to women who have been communicating with our office for months. And the reality is that we know that we have had poison pills that have come through this Congress, and every time there's a poison pill, it literally kills the bill. And I just don't think that it's worth it to kill the bill when there's so many people that are absolutely seeking to stay. All they want to do is stay with their families or allow their spouses to stay in their military service. And this is one of those things that takes it from being a bipartisan bill and takes it down to partisan messaging. And I honestly just want to make sure that of the few things that we do get accomplished this cycle, that we make sure that we do something that will address our military readiness, as we have seen unrest throughout this world. And I am concerned, I am so concerned about what may happen if what is going on overseas continues to escalate. It may mean that we are going to call service members up. Right now, this may not be affecting too many folk, but I'm telling you right now, if things continue to explode in this world, we are going to have a problem. And we are looked at as the model of the world. We need to do everything that we can for the best military that we have. And that means supporting them in whatever capacity we can. And it starts with this bill. With that, I'll yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Who seeks recognition? The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I'd like to request recorded vote.
Recorded vote is recorded and, is ordered. As previously announced, further proceedings on the question will be postponed. Who's got that? Chair recognizes Mr.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will distribute the amendment to all members, and the clerk will designate the amendment.
The second amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6462 is offered by Mr. Cloud of Texas.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I reserve a point of order. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know that I'll need 5 minutes. We've covered a lot of this, but we keep referring to this as a military readiness bill. And as already been discussed, this affects less than 1% of our military. There's a whole lot of things we can do that would better help military, and certainly our recruiting. For example, I've been trying to get barracks built at the Naval Air Station in Corpus Christi so that we can have our incoming pilots have a place to stay. Their barracks have been condemned, but I can't, because of Haskell rules, get that done because our House Armed Services Committee. So, there's a lot of ways that we can address recruiting. This affects 1%, and certainly not those who are entering the military as much as those who've been in for quite some time. And so, furthermore, that while this affects 1% of our military, it's estimated 15 to 20% of our State Department is the true beneficiary of this bill. And so I'm concerned with the sense that we need to put on parity our State Department with those serving in harm's way in our military. And so my amendment would simply exclude the foreign services from this bill, and I will yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman yields back. You want to speak?
Yes, please.
Chair recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make a couple of points in opposition to the distinguished gentleman's amendment. The first is this legislation would actually affect 100% of the people in the military and 100% of the people in foreign service. Just because you're not using a particular benefit at a particular time doesn't mean that the benefit's not available to you. Right, so most of the people in this room are not on Social Security, but Social Security affects all of us because at some point, presumably, it would be activated for us, and that's true in general for any program that works like this. So I haven't seen those exact statistics yet, and the fact that it may apply to a very small number of people in the military and an even smaller number of people by the gentleman's representation in the Foreign Service, to me is an argument for it. It's not really going to be affecting that many people, but it's an important statement of principle that we want to make military service and foreign service work function for our people in this time of labor shortages and in general. I'll just say, everybody knows from at least the memory of the Iran hostage crisis, if you were around then, I think I was in 4th or 5th grade, but that foreign service officers are putting their lives and bodies on the line when they go into dangerous countries and dangerous stations and deployments. I just pulled up an article saying that the State Department added recently 71 historical names to a plaque honoring people who lost their lives in foreign service. But of course, this isn't just about physical risk. We're talking about people who engage in a lot of family and personal life disruption in order to serve the government. And, you know, I'll let Ms. Crockett defend the inclusion of people in the Foreign Service who are deployed all over the world. But it seems to me that the logic of the legislation is airtight. It's for people who are being suddenly and often involuntarily deployed or redeployed around the world who you know, make the decision to serve the country in this way to allow their spouses to continue to pursue their employment, their livelihood, and support their families. And with that, I will yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other members seek recognition?
I was just going to echo the
Chair,
sentiments.
Crockett.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. The sentiments raised by the ranking member, this is about people that are serving our government, and the fact that we are debating whether or not we will support people that are supporting and serving the United States and told that they need to go overseas is kind of bewildering to me right now. I just don't know why. I see why we have recruitment issues if this is what you get when you sign up to serve the greatest nation in this world. We should be respecting and supporting people that are in service to us. Not everybody gets the ability to sit at home and serve the federal government. Sometimes they have to leave. In fact, if I could expand it more, I would actually talk about our Border Patrol agents, because unfortunately, they have complained to me as well about having to go to the border and leave their families. But at least when they're going, I'm just being real. Like, literally, I know you want to talk about it. But I'm being real when I tell you that I'm not doing this to be partisan. I'm doing this because it really needs to be done. And I'm hoping that you can understand that this is something that we need to get done in service to all people that are serving. And the only reason I didn't include them, since you hit your button, is because we're talking about people that are sent overseas, because they're not necessarily leaving their home and going 100 miles. They are going so much further for a longer amount of time. And with that, I'll yield.
Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs.
I wasn't going to say anything, but you know, the gentlelady from Texas has imputed political motives in her last two speeches. Well, I get it. We work in an environment where politics is always on the line. And so you might view people with dubious intent and motive. I just hate to see that you're trying to demean Mr. Cloud's motives, which I think is really unfortunate. If you want to know what drives partisanship, that's what drives partisanship. He's made two motions in good faith, and yet you've imputed bad faith. That's what you did when you started talking about partisanship. That's what you did. Because the reality is, I'm not going to talk partisanship. I'm going to talk about the logic of the argument you just made. The logic of the argument you just made was, okay, we're going to go military because they provide service to the country. We're going to go to the State Department because they provide service to the country. I would do it for the Border Patrol because they provide service to the country. Capitol Police, they provide service to the country. Virtually every bureaucrat, they provide service to the country. We ostensibly assume we would make that argument, right? So what federal government employee then would be excluded from the benefits that you're posting here? That's what I would suggest. I mean, and I'm I'm not saying that this isn't necessarily a good bill. I'm just saying I have real trouble with people taking the self-imposed high road saying, I'm above politics. I'm above it. Doggone it, wish you were. Your amendment is not pure. My bill's pure, your amendment isn't. That's what drives the approach of politics here, which makes it unworkable. And it leads to the disputes. By the way, I sit on Judiciary, and Mr. Raskin has sat on Judiciary with us before. I happen to sit on the two most probably contentious committees in Congress. So I see it, but I'm just suggesting that sometimes people are actually trying to get to a certain place where they can support a bill, and their motives are just as pure as anybody else's motives. They're just trying to, they think they can make the bill better, they have an objection. And when we start talking past each other by imputing motives, that's how come we have so much difficulty. That's my own opinion on that. And that's why I said, logically, you could make a slippery slope argument here. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not saying that the bill isn't good, the underlying bill's not good. I'm just saying maybe some people have legitimate questions, and they want to resolve it. But when motives are impugned, it stultifies debate. It really does.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yeah, I'll yield.
Well, thank you for those thoughtful comments, and I think your point demonstrates why partisanship is such a difficult issue, because I listened carefully to our colleague from Texas, and I didn't hear the impugning of motives. I heard her disclaiming partisan motives, which may have been an implicit confession that sometimes she has partisan motives in legislation, as I assume we all do.
I'll reclaim just for a second. Say,
Yeah.
I did not take it that she was saying that. I took it the other way. So
okay.
Yeah.
Well, in any event, as to the substantive point you make, which I think is an excellent one, the point about the slippery slope, the gentlelady could be offering a far more sweeping proposition here, which is that anytime anyone in the federal government is relocated for service out of the country or in the country, then they would get the benefits of this. And obviously, she's made the judgment, which seems commonsensical to me, that the two forms of service where people are most often and most extremely deployed to places where maybe their family wasn't expecting to go are in the military service and in the State Department, in the Foreign Service. And we could see how this looks out. I don't know how I feel about extending it to lots of other...
If I can just reclaim,
Please.
just because I'm almost out of time, I just want to make sure I can address that. I look at places like CIA, a lot of transfers out of ATF, DEA, foreign transfers implicit with what they do. So I'm suggesting that there are so many other things, and that's where I say the logic could be lead to a slippery slope, and let you pass this year. Somebody said, well, gee, CIA next year. Yeah, that's the point. And sometimes these things take a little bit of time to get to the bottom of the slippery slope. So with that, Mr. Chairman, thanks for the time. Thanks, Mr. Raskin. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Cloud. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
I'd like to request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested by Mr. Raskin. All, as previously announced, further proceedings on the question will be postponed. Pursuant to the previous order, the chair declares the committee in recess, subject to the call of the chair. We plan to reconvene 10 minutes after floor votes. The committee stands in recess. I'm sorry?
What time are votes?
The votes are at 1:30. I think Are y'all ready to go?
Yeah, we're ready to go.
The committee will reconvene. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 8333, the Biosecure Act. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will now open the vote on favorably reporting H.R. 8333. Have all members? One more. Yeah, go ahead. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Does any member wish to change the vote? Okay, we have one en route.
Why are there so many R's in that building? I heard they're in your district.
So funny to remember how much time we used to spend on.
I think we're ready to go now. Okay. The clerk will close the vote and report the vote total.
Who said, is that Ayanna yelling?
Is that Ayanna?
Oh, okay, wait, I'll make the exception. Let Ms. Presley get recorded.
I love how she takes a moment and looks around.
Sir, we've already had.
Oh,
Ayanna, you're not registered.
okay. All right, I apologize, Ms. Presley, we've already closed the vote, I apologize. What can we do? I'm sorry, we can't, I
We can just
apologize.
make a statement publicly.
We can publicly, if you want to publicly say your vote, and we'll get, let the record note she voted yes. Will the clerk now report the vote total? Oh, I'm sorry, what else?
We're unable to reopen the vote for security reasons.
I'm sorry. I know, look, I want the vote. I'm sorry, we can't reopen it. I mean, do you want to?
Mr. Burchett also missed the first vote.
Yeah, Mr. Burchett, we had a member miss the first vote too. We're not trying to do anything to you.
Do you want to do a one-time deal where she could manually record it for Burchett and for?
Can we manually? I don't see what the problem is. Yeah, we're gonna make an exception here and manually add a couple of votes. So, Ms. Presley, you wish to be recorded? Ms. Presley's yes. Mr. Mfume? He says yes. And Mr. Glenn? Glenn says yes. Does any other member wish to be recorded? Who? Ms. Bush?
Ms. Bush hopes to change her vote.
Ms. Bush would like to change her vote from no to yes. Yeah.
Yeah, let's make an announcement.
All right, this is it. We're not going to do this again if everybody's okay with that. I'm trying to be fair here. Everybody good?
Everybody's good.
Okay, all right, Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner votes yes. Is everybody happy? This is the Oversight Committee. Everybody's supposed to be happy in here, right?
Where's
You happy, Mr. Perry? All right.
What about Mr. Burchett? Did he show up or not?
I don't. All right, that's it.
All right.
Now, will the clerk please tally the vote? Okay. All right, wait a minute. We got Conley and Burchett. We're gonna get two more. You don't know how I'm voting. How do you want to vote, Mr. Conley? Do you wish to be recorded, despite your tardiness, despite your excessive tardiness? I vote yes. Mr. Burchett, would you like to be recorded?
Mr. Connolly votes yes.
Mr. Burchett and Mr. Conley both vote yes. And guys, we are not doing this again. I don't care who else walks in.
Mr. Chairman, can the record reflect that I held it open for Mr. Burchett because I wanted to make sure we got his vote. So.
I think it was like 5
Hey,
to
Chairman.
3.
Chairman, since we're all agreeing, can we do something on Boeing now?
I'm sorry?
On Boeing?
Boeing?
Yeah, you know Boeing?
Yeah.
Can we do a hearing on Boeing?
We'll talk about that after this. Yeah. Will the clerk please report the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 40, the nays are 1.
The ayes have it, and the bill is reported favorably. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. All right. Everybody set and ready to go now. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 5255, the Federal Cybersecurity Vulnerability Reduction Act of 2023. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will now open the vote on favorably reporting H.R. 5255. Did it work? Okay. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report the vote total.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 42, the nays are 0.
The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The question is now on favorably reporting H.R. 8334, the Grant Integrity and Border Security Act. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will now open the vote on favorably reporting H.R. 8334. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report the vote total.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 23, the nays are 20.
The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The question is now on favorably reporting H.R. 8276, the Reuse Excess Property Act. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will now open the vote on favorably reporting H.R. 8276. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Does any member wish to change the vote? The clerk will close the vote and report the vote total.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 44, the nays are 0.
The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The question is now on favorably reporting H.R. 8335, the $1 billion Boondoggle Act. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will now open the vote on favorably reporting H.R. 8335. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Does any member wish to change the vote? The clerk will close the vote and report the vote total.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 44, the nays are 0.
The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The committee will now resume consideration of H.R. 6462, the Readiness Act. The question is now on the previously postponed amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will now open the vote on the amendment to the amendment of H.R. 6462. This is the Cloud Amendment number 1. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report the vote total.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 23, the nays are 21.
The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Excuse me. Yeah. The question is now on the previously postponed amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will now open the vote on the Cloud Amendment number 2 to the amendment of H.R. 6462. Okay, we'll hold the vote open until we get it working. Have all members voted who wish to vote? Does any member wish to change the vote? The clerk will now close the vote and report the vote total.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 20, the nays are 24.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6462 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6462 is agreed to. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 6462 as amended. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will now open the vote on favorably reporting H.R. 6462. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report the vote total.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 30, the nays are 13.
The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up the following unblocked postal naming bills, which were distributed in advance on this markup. HRs 5985, 6810, and 7893. Without objection, the bills are considered read. If any member would like to speak on any of the measures, they may do so now. Any member wish to speak? Seeing none, the question is now on favorably reporting the en-bloc package. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en-bloc measures are favorably reported. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2, I ask that committee members have the right to file with the clerk of the committee supplemental, additional, minority, and dissenting views without objection. Additionally, the staff is authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bills ordered reported today, subject to the approval of the minority. Without objection, so ordered. If there is no further business before the committee, without objection, the committee stands adjourned.